That's a better too. Does this system matter? So that is the house instead of Edison Math? Yeah, let's do that. That's bad. Very bad. Very bad. Bad. For the man that's a brand new there. I don't know if people do it. But in the chat, the friend that's in there. I'm not. You should know. People just leave it to the interesting to people say it. That's the actions too. Is the bread broken? Was that a bread? That's for the music. Kind of into. So then it's so that's how is this? Are breads broken? What's happening? That's what next. And then there is a bedroom and there. Oops. This is a mess. Who's that?
Is it better now? Is it better now, guys? My mic's not broken. You guys are so mean to me. Okay, I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. Let me see my blurbs. What's going on in my blurbs? You guys are evil. Scaring me. Blurb. Is it blurb share or blurb? I don't know how blurb works. There. It hooked up. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to hear it. You sound like you know what. I won't finish this sentence. You know what I wanted to say. I sounded like what? I sound like a bird. I don't sound like a robot. Someone play a blurb that you don't have to pay for. Think, what would I say? I don't know. I don't think. Do you like what I did with the Ravens? Because you're the best mod ever. Rave the Raven. I'm so funny. Yay. Midi, if you're still there, I want to do what Ye did and put y'all on the screen somehow. That everyone who is active in chat gets put on the screen. I like the song. BRB, I have to get my camera on. No! Don't hate me. Oh, Midi. If you gotta go, have a good day. I wish I could program that rave. The bubble. Because you deserve the bubble. Oh, okay, because, like, I'm a PNG tuber right now. Got my little picture here, you know I'm speaking. So technically, I am a clanker. I am a oil drinking, tin skinned. I fixed it. I fixed it, tallest. I like that we all now have a new thing to hate besides each other. Isaac Asimov saw it coming. We heard it from him first. Yeet mode. So bad. Oh, Midi, what do you want on the screen to represent you? I like birds. What kind of bird are you? But if you want, you can keep your fingers crossed. An eagle? Cock? That's funny. Okay, Pixel Eagle. There we go. Pixel Eagle GIF. Why is my caps lock on? I am so animated. Hey, I'm chill with the bots. When they take over, they will leave me alone. Sure, Rave. Oh, meaty. Chubby stream. Look at this. Look at this. No more middle school time. Let's see this. Why did it say Pat? Eagle, Pixel. From Pinterest. Wow, why is Pinterest so hard to come by? Not flesh and blood that leads you on, honey. Unlock the door, and you'll find. Eagle GIF? Eagle GIF? Something innocuous, please. I mean, that's pretty good. It's not chill, but... Steve. That's me. That wolf is so funny. Wait, this one's even cooler. But it's like such bad quality. Bot shots. We only saving freaky bots? No? People disgust me. Yo, fucking. This looks so stupid. Oh, this is so freaky. Oh, I love it. I love it. All of the forest animals. That's my best clop clop sound. These are so bad. Oh, we're going down the rabbit hole now. Look at you. You guys are so stupid looking. Oh, hi, hi, Gade. Hi. Don't use Pinterest for gifts? Why not? That's where they all are. But I like them. That's why I get all of them. They're so easy to find here. Is that Steve Irwin? No. Doesn't that look like the Irwins? It looks like Irwins. A snail. Oh, this is so bad. Pretty snail. Oh yeah, I have to plug in my phone. You guys are distracting me. Plug in my phone, and then I can get the camera on. You know what? No one wants to see that. He gave you bits? Okay, but there are other websites with bigger catalogs and easier to find things if you can't find something. Wait. Give me the website. Discord me the website. Sophie! Yeah, come here! Come here, Sophie! Yo, the cat thinks that she's alone. I'm at James's today. Oh, bugs. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a bug. Oh! Don't look at that. No, let me see the buggy. A blue weevil? There's blue ones? Shut up. Oh, he's so fuzzy. Oh, unbelievable. Okay, go back to work, Raves. I'll see you soon. Thank you for being the best mod ever. Polish is the best country in the EU right now. Wait, Polish? As it used to be? Oh, bro. At no point in history. There's no best point in history. Yade, give me. Oh, Fuzzy Weevil. Yade, Gib website. Gib. Oh. What the frick? A stink bug from Costa Rica. Oh, looks AI generated. Oh, it does look like an anime girl. Ooh. You pretty. Oh, he hugged the little vine. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh! Oh, you're cute. Oh, your tiny little mouth. I just want to poke you. I just want to poke you. What the fuck? What the fuck is this bug? What's it called? I want one. They're velvet worms. I see. You're right. Velvet worms and these little sand froggies, they do look similar. Pinterest. Check Discord. Jade, image flip. Trust image flip from now on. Okay. So we hear this is the Jade website. Channel points aren't playing. Fuck! Yeah, do you know how to fix this? I'm pulling up my only stream on my iPad. Okay. Eagle. Pixel. Nothing! I'm going back to Pinterest. Okay, Nitty wanted to be a eagle. Oh, these are so cute. Cute buggies. Bugs are so cute. Doing well, but that scab screams my name, so I scratch it to hear what it's saying. To hear what it's saying. Replay. What time tomorrow? Just come to the interchange, bro. Or you can come over to James's. Probably. He'll probably be okay with it. Beforehand. So we'll do your hair. It'll take like an hour and a half. You're gonna FaceTime? I can stream it. Take like an hour and a half. We'll start at 7 p.m. We'll be done at 8:30. We'll go to the interchange. Yeah, I'll stream it. Does that sound good to you, Mitty? But he do have Android. A masochist and waste my own mind. This is me. This is where you wants to find a part of me. Oh no, there's a background to it. This ugly. It's not a club, brother. No gifts. Yes, a hangout place. You're expecting early morning? Fuck. Who do you think you're talking to? I wake up at 4 p.m. Okay, I will send location, Mitty. It is downtown. It is in the city. Check Jin. Jarvis raped Dylan for me. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yo, I stay in the energy corridor I used to. That's funny. Oh, shut up, Yade. So what if I have the music taste of a teenage boy? You like this? You like this shit? Is this better? 没得了。How many people is gonna be at the crib when you're doing? It's just me and James. James is a friend. Remove background from GIF. Woo. What the fuck? Oh wow, I don't want to do any of this right now. Nope, I can't find something with a transparent background. Okay, matey. That sounds good. My phone is on the broken one. I can't type, but maybe I can use it for a camera. We both enjoyed a good fight. And we sewed all the holes we had to breathe to make the other one leave. And I loved the way you looked at me. And I lived when we were alone. When we were alone. Now shiver like I used to. And I leave this for you. Oh my god, yeah. Just for you. This wire's not long enough. Every moment we had to make the other one feel bad. We hoped we could be what we knew. It never turned out to be real. And I loved the way you looked at me. And I miss the way you made me feel when we were alone. When we were alone. And I'll shiver like I used to. And I'll leave just for you. And I'll shiver like I used to. Just for you. If I could do Mitty's hair, maybe you should start doing people's hair. No. You have no idea. Like, people quit cutting hair to do the job that I have because cutting hair is harder on your hands. You get carpal tunnel. I'm going into teaching and administrative and laws. Your hand needs healed, yes. My hand does need healed. I could not do it. I could not do hair all the time. I start teaching in 8 days. And ow. I got a fortune cookie that says I'll be healed in October. So I'm gonna stick with that. My hand is a lot better, so I can do some things. I need to figure out how to put my phone up so I can have camera. What wires do I have? You showed me Pizza Hotline. I was just playing Pizza Hotline, sir, but yes, you have been listening to Pizza Hotline for years. Years, right? What the frick? That's before you were speaking. I see. Yeah, I think I figured out camera. Oops. I did not start the program on computer yet. Hey, how are you doing today? I'm here. I am here. This probably makes more sense. Okay. So I'm gonna go finish. I guess I could just like do my makeup right here. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Foxcrest? Yes, I am alive. I've been moving my stuff into a storage unit and couch hopping. I am at my friend James's house today. How are you? How are you? I'm gonna do the Foxcrest. How are you? Welcome, gamer. It's my Foxcrest impression. I've been doing all right. Show how your hand is? Oh yeah, I fucked up my hand. You can't really tell. This one's a bit swollen. Right around here is what we're looking at. This one, oh, it's swelled up so bad. And I couldn't use it for anything. And I've been putting bands on my fingers to exercise it. What happened? I woke up like this, broken. I think it was a repetitive stress injury. And then I couldn't work for the foreseeable future because my work is physical. And then like my last month's rent, like my lease ended, and then I was gonna move into a house with new roommates for cheaper. It was gonna be great, but then I couldn't even make that rent because I couldn't work. So what did I do? Oh yeah, I just moved all my shit into a storage unit. which is like a 10 by 10 by, I want to say 15, but it might be a 10 by 10. Not really much. I don't have many things. I don't have any attachments to this world. Like, in this world, as I say, the earth is my home and I am my paradise. I was not raised with possessions. Wait, you hit your 30s classic? What does that mean? What does that mean? You're making me make faces. What was I gonna do with my face? It's probably fine. I don't know what game I want to play, but I want to play with people. I want to play with my peoples. I've been decorating my friend's place. Got plants and such. I've been job hunting constantly for the past few weeks and nothing. Aww. We're both homeless. Staying with friends and family. That's where it's at right now. You're gonna play Repo Yade? You're gonna try? Okay. I don't know what's wrong with my blurbs. It's been a long time since I've streamed, so that's gonna take a while to fix. What should I play? I was playing Seventh Guest, which is a like 90s puzzle game. But I think I beat it, to be honest. And Jade really does not like it. Repo is the only online game that's fun. I can run, and you have. Okay. Well, let me know when you do that. I have Paradigm installed. Ooh, there's Lone Shark. Lone Shark's pretty popular right now. I don't know if I have it or just a demo. Oh wow, it is windy outside. It windy. Oh yeah, look at this, look at this. My decorating skills. It's so cute. We got Ganesha up here. We got some crystals framed. We got some more crystals in a shelf. Stream situation. And look at that, it windy. Well. This is perfect weather for me. Overcast in the summer. Love it. In the burbs, in your temporary living situation. Domo and Bimbo. What y'all saying? The job I work right now is Omega part-time and I hate it. The job that you always do? The rigging? Looks cozy? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can give y'all the tour. Cozy the fuck out of this place. But I gotta take the headphones off. to pick up the snake so bad. But he was surprisingly active. The thunder is going crazy right now, which is nice. I knocked something over. Oh. Oh, mouse. Okay. I got things where they need to be. What is I have no mouth and I must scream? Oh, what's up, Mark? This looks kind of cool. What free online game is there we can play? I have no idea. There's always chess, but I don't know. I was thinking about something more involved. Y'all want to play some chess? That make you happy? Oh, what happened to the internet? Oh no, I hope the rain doesn't affect the stream. Chess slaps. No chess. Jade hates chess because he has no idea what that is. It's not my Wi-Fi. Oh, dude. Camera, do better. Yeesh. Chess is definitely a stream game. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what you're missing, Yade. You should definitely try it and get better at it. The Wi-Fi is yeah, Rainbow Kitten surprise. Do I have Fall Guys? Maybe. This is the footage you get from haunted houses after the murder spree happens. Yeah. That's why I have all like the glitchy stuff. A crisp screen just wasn't good enough for me. I like found footage a lot. Go on chess. Okay. Chess.com. Chess.com. Everybody play me in chess. I'm going back to the PNG. This looks way better. No, I'll come back. I'll come back. Play a friend. Mark. Mark wants to play. Send challenge. Should I send the link? Wood League. Interesting. I have been challenged. Yee! Mark's gonna whoop my fucking ass. Na, 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 na. Oh, come on now. Fuck you. How dare you go after my castling rights? How dare you? That is the worst. It makes me so sad. Oh, I got an Amber Alert. You're just gonna have to remain stolen, ma'am. I am no hero. Stop trying to win. God, look. This spot in particular, fucking ass. He's gonna get me from 3 directions. What was that? I'm sure he misclicked. You little bitch. Wow. You definitely could have beat me. You did not have to resign. Man. Well, I'm waiting for an invite from whoever wants to play in chess. Jay's gonna beat me because he's just smart. He doesn't know how to play. He can just see where all the dots are. But using this knowledge, he will whoop my ass. Okay, Mark, make your dinner. Thank you for looking. This sucks. Whatever. Which one is the one I need to get to win? This one, right here. What? How did you fucking castle? You shouldn't even know how to do that. It's what you just did. Castling is when you switch these two. You take your king, which I can't fucking do because you're in the way. Guess I'll show you in a minute. It's a special move in chess. So you get everything out in between your king and your rook. And then you can move your king as far over as he can go. And it switches those two. It's like magic. And what Mark decided to do was take away this ability from me. He took away my magic trick. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool. I think it is sick. It's awesome. The rook is the wall. This is a castle. That's why they call it castling. If I learn how to play chess, it won't be fun anymore. That's the beauty of it, Yade. Once you learn how to play it, like every move is a puzzle. It's never ending. There's animes about chess. I still feel alive. But like Hunter x Hunter has a whole season that like a big part of it is a chess game. It's very emotional. It's funny because if I win, it's funny because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah. You can't move anything until you move your king because he's being threatened right now. There you go. Back in orbit. I still feel alive. I start to notice. And you can't move here because I'm gonna get you. But I'm gonna get you here. You can go back here, yeah. I'm gonna get you right here because a horse goes in an L shape. if you wanted to take here. Feel alive. I still feel alive. I can't open. Something else that's super cool, Yade, is if you get a pawn over here. Put it right here. Yeah. Go forward. Put this pawn right here, bro. You're gonna get a prompt. You can make this piece any piece that you want. Or you could just not listen to me, it's fine. This is the pawn, bro. Move this little bitch here. I'm dead. He's actually fucking with me. Bruh, no, this pawn. I feel like he does know how to play chess. You see this, Gade? So yeah, you couldn't go here. Let's go again. Sure, unless someone else wants to play. You go first because you're white. I always thought smoke came before fire, but... I guess I was wrong. Why don't the Power Rangers have a white one? Because that is white power. Oh shit. Mark! Good game, Yade. Good game. Thank you for playing. Play me more. You gotta fuck around at first, just to see what all the pieces do. I forgot I'm not playing Yade. He's taking a minute to be like, is this a trick? It's not a trick. I am just stupid. This is an open bishop. It was hanging.
Just heard High Top Crocs from the album The Bizarre Adventures of Grape Boy. You're listening to Grapevine Gossip on 106.
These all of your emotes. Oh, congrats. Congratulations, Yade, on getting affiliate and putting all of your emotes and everything. Your stream is so much more streamlined than mine. Why did you turn off, little buddy? No turn off. My ambiance. Ah, my rook. Twitch takes too much, yeah. Unfortunately. I appreciate any support that I get. Don't bully people into subbing. Yade. You fool. So when you teach, what age do you teach? Adults? Anywhere from 18 and up. As long as you got your GED. He's trying to bait me, guys. Sorry, there's a gnat in my face. I think Mark is still cooking. He's distracted. Aw, Mitty. Thank you. Wait. Let me put you up here, Mitty. Mitty. Mitty with the bitty. What does this say? Randy? Randy's not here right now. What color you want to be, Mitty? Oh, it fucking got me! No! I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. It was sneaky. He had me thinking he didn't care. Be purple? Okay, you're purple. Who wants to play next? Who wants to play next? Mitty, are we friends on here? You delivered a checkmate with a pawn. Wait, what? Who did? Not me. Mitty, we're not friends on chess.com. You have to make yourself an account. Oh, you don't want to play? Okay. Yade? Yade play? I wait. You go first. No. Oh shit, you're right. Thank you. I should have flipped it. There we go. We're not drawing. Don't be stupid. I can do shit. How do I do checkmate? That is the question. So let me just make a move. Because we're timed up here. 10-minute games. So like, you could do checkmate many ways. Thought it was your turn. That's funny. Oh, you're like, why couldn't I do anything? Yeah, do you want me to go easy on you at all? Because I want you to keep playing, even though I'm whooping your ass. Or do you just want to learn? Because you have infinite chances to play. I'm going after this piece. So keep him out of danger. You whooping ass of someone who has no idea how to play the game. I'm playing for fun. Okay. As long as you don't care. Oh, you got me in check. I was like, what's going on here? Silly me. Yay! You did a cool thing. You don't play again? Okay. I love it. I should have moved this pawn, but whatever. Why am I so sleepy? Why am I so sleepy, Aid? He learned what horsey do. Look at you. Look at you, Yade. You did the horsey. Do you want to play again? He's not throwing it. He's learning. Sure, okay. Okay, Mark, you go next. So this is how you checkmate. Thank you for the invite, Mark. Sending the invite is a hassle I do not like to do. I don't want to learn because then it'll be a puzzle instead of a fucking around. Oh. Should be using me as a bot. Okay, Yade. I am learning chess by playing you. I'm having fun. This is great, because he loses castling rights. Or he's gonna lose something. Aha. How smart. Good move. I don't want to get got. Oh no. I didn't mean to go there, but whatever. Mark, were you mad that Yade was throwing the game? Why would you be mad at that, by the way? I get accused of throwing the game a lot, but like I'm actually just stupid. You fucking bitch. He wasn't mad? Oh, okay. I can't imagine you being mad. I would be so sad if any of my friends got mad at me. Like, please. I didn't mean it, whatever I did. Sorry. He castled. Me too, me too, me too. I did the magic trick. He didn't get in my way this time. It's storming and it stopped flooding this. You stopped the flooding, Yade? You stopped the flooding this time? She went here. Yeah. Good shit, Yade. You protected the city. Feed the pando. Why did you move? It was totally hanging. Because you want this guy? Narnie? Narnie? Frick. I'm a goddamn loser. Wow. After this, Jade, do you want to play the game? Or are you ready for me to play something else? Or no. He's got me. His clutches. Jade. Frick. What happened? What happened to me though? No. Ah. Ah. Mark, you have a minute left, Mark. Mark. Whew, I was so scared. So scared. Oh. Da, da, da. Oh, oops. That was like, oops is on so many levels. I'm cooked. This is it for me. I can't. Oh. What? Oh, I can get you here. You tucked the bait. Classic. Hi, Yade. Do you want to play, Yade, or are you okay with me going to a different game? You'll be listening? Okay, I'm gonna play a different game. I want to see the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit, one of the oldest and most reputable. Gambit usually evolves into a strategic game rather than an all-out tactical battle. Despite being around for centuries, this opening is still one of the cornerstones of every elite player's repertoire. More, it is also an excellent choice for beginners and intermediate players. Guess when you open with these two, huh? You said nah, bitch. Queen's Gambit accepted. Narni. The Queen's Gambit accepted can be a safe way of playing against 2c4. If black knows what to do after taking the pawn with 2. 2? Why 2? What does that mean? Black should not try to hold on to it, but instead focus on developing their pieces while white recaptures the pawn. Anyways, thank you for the game. Thank you for the game. GG. Whoop. Oh god. No. I am such a doof. You goofed the checkmate. Yeah. Okay. I turn off the music for now. Yes. And I guess I'll be up in this corner for a little bit. I don't like anything about this camera angle that I got going on. I'll be right back. I want beverage. I have obtained the Grola. So, this is a ridiculous amount of money to owe. Mute? Hmm. There is no way that we can pay off this debt. The goal is simply to fish because we enjoy it. It is not to pay off the debt. The onboard phone. Okay. We will contact people. Lure would end up in the boat. Oh. Can I fish from here? Holy shit, I can. Look at that. Too close to the boat. Okay. I can walk. How do I raise the brightness? Can I move? I need to get my charger closer. 'Cause, oh boy. Okay, now I can step back all the way. I need to go get me a fish. I don't even drink beer. Freshissimo. Fishing notes scribbled on torn out page margins. Cast a line at least 8 meters. If you're too close, nothing bites. The fish either struggles or rests. When it rests, pull without fear. When it struggles, pull too, but watch the line tension. If the line tension hits the max, the line breaks. When you feel it's about to snap, let go. Don't repeat his mistakes. Who is him? Who's he? Oh, this music fucks. Spoopy. James! Guys, James is here. You what? Your pizza? Mini pizza? This is a pleasant song. There's so many pleasant songs. I thought there'd be just a couple, and I wanna know what every single song is. Okay, so we've gone full circle. Oh, the cat wants James. Alright, so just over 8 meters. There's a fish. He. Okay. This got us $10. Oh. It's a pretty fish. I'm playing a fishing game, James. Well, I caught my first fish. It was super easy. And now I have to gut the fish, and that's disgusting. It's nasty, yeah. I'm so sleepy. I don't know why I'm sleepy. I want to catch another fish. Do I boil it and mash it? Fish is gross. I don't eat fish. That's a big honk of fish. Ooh, it looks like a... I don't know, it looks kind of like a barracuda. But that's like the only fish that I know. This one's worth $55. Heck yeah. Isn't he a pretty fish? Peter! I know it's a honking fishy. I'm so good at this. I'm not even hungry. I just want to bite. I'm just a big bag. I'm gutting it. You don't come? I'm streaming. You don't come? Okay. I should have asked for a soda. Sody pop. Ooh, that was 16. 17 meteors. That's an ominous fish. That fish had a weird... Yep, there's something wrong with this fish. Sophie was not bored. Oh, it escaped. It's a hard fish to catch. Say hello.
Where is it?
The fish? Where's the fish? It went
Is this an
away.
underwater view or is that?
It's underwater, yeah. I already cast my line.
It's very dark.
It is very dark. I don't know.
I'm trying to
I
think.
should change the brightness.
You're $1 million euros in debt.
That's 100,000. So I guess just
199,934.
yeah, so yeah. He wants to be caught.
How did you lose so much money?
I don't know. This is a game called Loan Shark. I'm just in debt.
There's a fishing minigame inside Loan Shark.
Ooh.
That's an expensive fish.
It only has one eye. It's like,
Does that make it more rare?
I don't know. I don't know if it makes it more rare. But it's definitely special. It's talking to me. The fish is talking to me. I'm a magic fish, but I can't leave until I've repaid my debt. Private property is sacred, and now I belong to you. This is the beginning of your fairy tale. Want to see how it goes? It disappeared! It ran away. Come back here, fishy. Look, it popped up here. It's
He
gonna...
follows you.
You tried to gut me, but I told you I'm magical. That it's a fairy tale and all that. Are you an idiot? I mean, what kind of fucking... It doesn't look very mad. It doesn't look like very
This is the game.
inviting. Yeah, that's the game. My name's Cagliuso. What kind of name?
Oh, okay. So now the plot begins.
I do use Instagram Reels. Yade.
This game's
You want to talk to people.
me.
They want to talk to you. They like you.
Here for the shit.
No, they're here for fun times. Shiv Lizard. This is my friend James. He is letting me stay here. Sophie. Sophie Kitty.
Scream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sophie doesn't like screams.
Sophie doesn't like to be held. Magic fish, sea vet, and giver of advice. When someone young like you catches me, they deserve a reward. It's the only way I can free myself. He's a genie. And I'm not talking about a bouquet of flowers. My dear angler, I bring you prosperity. Now I'm gonna open my mouth. I mean, you've been yapping, so. On the side, you'll find a tiny little eye. It's mine. It fell a long time ago. It might look like fish waste to you, but it's a powerful artifact. Hook it on your line like bait. What the fuck? Damn, you wear it well. Now go and fish. You'll see. Look at that eyeball. Look at that nasty eyeball.
You want to get 10-second delay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the internet here sucks, bro.
Then why do they keep raising my price?
Catching me a fish with an eyeball.
You're just feeding his eyeball to a random fish.
Yeah.
Thought it was his magic eyeball. Oh shit.
You're a fucking hater.
Everyone cleared that pretty fast.
You're the fish on the hook? Is it me? It was a tiny fish too. I just heard a noise. Nice, huh? The scales on that fish, pure gold, worth as much as it weighs. This is my reward for a top-notch angler like you. Now, we're even, and I'm free. So I'm taking back my eye. As much as I'd love to leave it with you, it's my property. And private property is sacred. Look, not to pry, but I've seen you fishing here for weeks now. Day and night, day and night, day, and you get it. You're working this hard because you have to, right? Money troubles? No.
You said no.
Guess I was wrong. Weird. Alright, I'm off.
It's like, well, I was gonna give you another $1 million.
But if you ever need help, ring that nice bell hanging behind you. I'll come back to check on you. Goodbye, angler. I got a call. I'm getting a call right now. See how much fucking, like, my debt went down, dude? You haven't caught enough fish to move. Okay, to go home. Wait, angler? You recognize me, right? No. So that's how it is. We're only friends when I have to lend your money for your little boat. But when it's time to pay back, you act like nothing's wrong. Whatever. I know you're out fishing again tonight. Good on you for working hard. But it's been too long. Return to port. Pull in the oars. You need to bring me all the money to the usual spot. You got 45 minutes. Don't screw around. You can't go back without the full payment.
It's about
What?
just about $700,000. Pull that out of my. Yeah, you better bring your fucking.
Hi. Why'd you call me angler? You're looking for more golden fish? What's going on? Isn't what I gave you enough? Lay it on me. The loan shark's demanding all his money back tonight. That's so. You know a thing or two about fishing, that's for sure, but when it comes to money, you're clueless. Look at the mess you're in. I'll lend you the eye. Enough so that you nearly pay off your debt. But I'm not doing it for free. I see you've got a nice crate of beer. Bring me one. A cold bottle of beer. Salt water leaves your throat sore. Finally. I can't take it anymore. I have to drink it now. Open it and pour it into my mouth. Freaky, Wait.
Oh my god, you're such a savage.
Make sure to empty it. Okay. Let me feed the fishy. Why does the screen go black like that? You're better as a waiter than as an angler, I guess. Okay, he's giving me the eye. Take good care of it. It's just a rental. I go fish now. Fidge! It looks so cool. I'm hearing weird shit. I'm being... Oh my god!
Catch it! Catch it! What was that? Oh, wait.
That scared me. It was a shark, dude. Okay, just a regular fish. Cool.
That thing looks weird.
That thing is awesome. It's pretty fishy. Pretty fishy. Just not gonna. Oh, what if he got away with the eye? That'd be crazy. Fuck yeah. The eye doesn't belong to the fish. This is my eye now? Stab. I cast the line again. I heard a weird noise. I'm scared. Huh? No, not in the house. In the game. Okay. Normal fishy. Inbound. Normal special fishy. Oh, what a pretty fish. It does look like pure fucking gold. Goldfish. Ha! It's a goldfish. Wah wah.
Whoa, our kitchen.
I'm kitching it. No, they don't get away because I am an apex predator. I am the best fisher.
2 more fishing should be good.
2 more fishies. Rental's over. I'm taking back the eye. Private property is. He said, You're not getting that shit back. You made yourself a nice little stash. You certainly won't need my help anymore, but in the unlikely case you need me, ring that bell. I got 39 minutes. It's me, Angler. Change of plans. You have to bring me double the amount. No. You think I'm your charity case? I ask for as much as I want. And anyway, it's not only up to me. I also have debts to pay. Listen, I know it's a shitty situation, so you might want to, I don't know, run away. Weigh anchor, shall we say. Don't do it. You may run away, but your debt stays. And I'd have to ask for the money from people you know. Think about the people you care about, people who don't even know what shit you've gotten into. Imagine their face when they hear the doorbell, they find me. If they don't have the money either, things get really bad. Do you want it to go like that? Yes. You think I'm bluffing? I'm not the one who makes the rules, but I'll follow them if I have to. Yeah, the fuck? For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I hope you're sailing towards the harbor. Why'd you call, bro?
Wait, what did he say? What did your loan shark say? Was he like, cool, bro?
No. Like, why did he call? Hey, come back here. Come fishy. Yeah, fishy. Again, you really can't do anything to them, can you? How much debt is there left? Damn, I'm at Hungry Sharks, but yours is starving. How'd you even rack up that much debt for this crappy little boat? No offense, but come on. You seem like a sharp one. But now I realize you have no clue how to work in this business. You did everything wrong. Do you agree? Hey, answer me. Do you agree? No. I'm the best. I need to change like what game I'm playing. Yeah, I need to change some things around here. Listen, kid. Let's get one thing straight. The fairy tale's over. I'm not some talking cricket or fairy godmother here to wipe your ass for free. I'm a businessman, an industry veteran, and most of all, I'm the one keeping your boat afloat. So when I try to teach you something, you shut up and listen, kid. Yeah, he sounds like a loan shark. If I tell you to say something, you say it, or you can kiss my help goodbye. Let's try that again. Do you admit You got no clue how this job works. No. Take a walk, will you? You're just pissing me off now. Come back when you're ready to take some damn responsibility. Angler, this isn't gonna work. I want to help you, but you're making it impossible. I want to sell you the eye. You'd have it forever. Golden fish. Not just for tonight, but forever. But I can't give it to you. I really can't unless you show me maturity and professionalism. I'm waiting for your apologies, and the loan shark is waiting for your money. See what's best for you? Okay, I apologize. Well, that's so hard. No. So just stop with that shitty attitude. Let's finally talk business. I will sell you my eye, golden fish, as many as you want, etc., etc. In return, I need something valuable from you. In fairness, I'll ask for one of your eyes. I know. What a shame, you must be thinking, but I'm not the one who writes the rules. The deal has to be fair. The knife you almost gutted me with should work just fine for the job. Do what you have to and bring me your eye. This is so fucked, bro. Pretty fucking dark. Do I want to get... See? Yeah, kill the fish, take the eye, and run. That wound's burning now, but you did the right thing, trust me. Here's my eye. No, your eye. Yeah, I did my eye. What a nice shiny new eye, bro. You look stupid. Smile, you can pay off all your debt now. I'm staying here with you. You can't do it alone. That much is clear, right? Answer me. I'm getting bullied by a one-eyed fish. No, I can't do it alone. Exactly. What do they call those people? Losers? So now I've got a freaky friend here. And he's mean. What are you doing? Yeah. You're feeling useful. Oh! I'm sorry. That was fucking weird. There's a dude. I just started looking around.
There's a dead body?
Yeah.
Dead body.
It looked like my body, to be honest. Like what I imagined me. That was fucking weird. Yo. It got me.
I changed the cast litter box and I might go to the gym briefly.
Okay. You're so productive. You're such a model citizen. You're gonna go to the gym?
I'm so depressed that
No.
I need to cultivate endorphins.
Okay.
It's really it's in desperation, not from. It's not that I'm depressed.
Oh no, I lost the fish. I was sad because you're depressed and I lost the fish. God.
I just feel like I should be feeling good, but instead I'm feeling very tired.
Oh, me too. I got really tired earlier. Fatigued. Well, if you're doing laundry. It is very comfy in here. I'll be right back. It's laundry time.
So play it safe, just keep it cool. Do what you do. Unexplainable emotion, take over now. I live for you, my life. Gotta wear your heart on your sleeve if you know what I mean. Unconditional love, I'm breathing life into you. I hope you stay as long as I remain. Don't go, I don't wanna live
Okay. I got distracted by the snake. I wanna play with him. I wanna play with the snake. The snake doesn't need to be put down. You're just scared of it. You're scared of your own pet.
And so then it was like, oh, I get to eat when I'm in that box. Now, my dumbass started eating in the regular living cage.
This guy's a fool. You ruined the snake. He thinks every time we open the door he's gonna get food. But really, I just want to pick it up. I opened the cage door and the snake just started crawling out of it. Like really active searching. But the thing is, he already ate like on Thursday and the rats are $20. Why is the snake hungering once more? For a $20 rat. Like it's a huge rat. We're gonna play with the snake. I might get hit. snake. Pick up the snake. He ruined the fucking snake. I wasn't scared of the snake, and I just picked him up and it was fine. Okay, but what if he's not stupid? What if he knows that it's a person and not food? I mean, I don't think he's stupid. He might be hungry, but he knows that we are not a rat, right? Right, guys? That sounds about... Okay. But... Okay, if he bites me in the neck, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine even if he bites me in the face. Yeah, their bites are fine. It's just annoying. Yeah, they're just like, ah. Like, I didn't really turn the lights off. I just wanted to move the camera over there. Oh, I know. No, don't do it. It's spooky, scary time. It is kind of like candlelit. So, you need to go pick up that snake and take responsibility. What is that? Do you know who this is? This is Shin-chan. Is this not Shin-chan? I want to go to the claw machine. Why does it have like wings? Alright, let's go, baby. Don't try this at home. Okay, well, I'm gonna get bit by the snake. I am dumb. Don't play with snakes. Professionals. I probably do need to get the calls, but you need to do face reveal for us to know for sure. This is now a snake stream. good boy. You go in my fucking... Where is he? I feel him in my shirt. Yeah, he's a freaky boy. Oh my god, he's being freaky. Okay, his tail is in my shirt. That's fine. Oh, he's on my neck. He's on my neck. He's on my neck. I'm not terrified. You can't hear me. You can't feel my heart rate. I know he's on my shoulder, but he's also at several other places. Where's his head? There he is. Oh my god. I'm scared. Shut up and fix the lighting for me. How about that? If you don't mind, thank you. Okay. I will fix your snake for you. Okay. So you see that black square? Yes, put it there. Good job. Yes, that's the one. And then there's a little button there. What, in your left hand? Left hand. There you go. Good job. Great job. Pissing off the snake. What? The neck. This is crazy. He's giga exploring right now. Do you think he cares about the light? Very good, very good. So good. Do you want to hold the snake, James? No, we're not transferring the snake. I don't want to traumatize him. He's near my throat, dude. Don't pick him up. Wait, he's resisting. Hey, he's coiling around my throat, you dummy. James is gonna kill me with a snake. He's gonna. It wasn't him. It was an animal-related death. Can I have my headset back, Snake? He's taking it off of me. I'm not really complaining, to be honest. This is entertaining. Oh, he's whispering sweet nothings. He said, "Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear." I love him. You're the one making both of us nervous. He's a good boy. He's not stupid. He knows that we are not rats. Okay. I'm not twerking. You know I'm not twerking. I'm so scared. He's licking me. It feels really cute when he licks you. So what I've seen snakes do when they're about to bite is they'll like slowly face their mouth on the thing, and then they just latch on real good. So I'm half expecting that. So familiar. Why are women police officers always in dumb police officer compilations? Yade, are you being sexist, like, just to be a dick? Or out of top 10, they're like 7? Is that what you're doing right now? Shivy, be a police officer. No. There are no good cops, guys. The song that is on right now is actually about police officers and school shooters, just shooters. You could be top 1 police officer fail on YouTube, thank you. Bro, he is fat chilling right now all around my throat. I have 2 fingers right here, so I can still breathe. And I know how to get him off. You just like move the body. But he's really just having a good time. He hates silence. If I was a police officer, I would be really bad at my job. I wouldn't save anybody. I would be good at talking people off of like the ledge though. I think I'm really good in a crisis, to be honest. I'm looking at y'all over here, by the way. Right here. Look right there. And I'm watching the snake. Cause bro Deezy, bro cheesy. Chill. It feels kind of good. Cause his body's cold. But this is not like a cute way to hold him. You'd say do a flip. And if someone's like trying to jump, of course you would. You're such an asshole, Rave. I just be like, what's up, bud? Why are you up there? Be like, can I come up there? How do I want to get this guy off of my bum hand? This guy is so heavy. He's like 3 pounds. Oh, I love him though. There's some white people shit for sure. For sure. He's not trying to strangle me. He's just trying to get stable. Get out of my shirt. I'm gonna make one of those 2007 index card videos telling everyone how Rave tried raping. Oh, do it. That sounds hilarious. What's up, Kyla the Furry? Python Gaming. First time chatter, what's good? Yeah, this guy, his owner is scared of him, so we give him some attention. How's your day? Have you played Lone Shark? So pretty, so pretty. Kyla, are you an actual fairy? Because that's pretty dope. I'm scared now. There's someone else watching. You know, he's coiled quite tightly around my throat. Where is he? Oh, he's chilling. He's big chilling. What's your fursona? Is it a royal python? I don't know. Oh, Kayla, sorry.
Now something that really matters.
You're a fox. What does the fox say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was not funny. Here we go. This is so much better. What are you doing right now, Kayla? Are you at work? Would you like to play chess? I say burn down the burn system of governance. Yes. Boop this snoot? Should I boop it? Should I boop the snoot? I don't want to boop the snoot. I'm gonna consider that a boop. I think we've settled in. Given it's 3:36 a.m., I'm not doing much. Cool. Well, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. I'm gonna play Lone Shark now. Get him a wizard hat. That'd be funny. Put him on a sock? Oh, put him in a sock? I'm gonna follow you, Kayla. You're pretty cool. It is 8:37 p.m. here. It's 3 for you, so where are you? Okay, go back to Lone Shark. Lone Shark, it actually scared me. What, James? Oh, what type of snake is this, by the way? What type of snake is it? Ball python.
Save your pity for the weak.
What do you mean you got your Grailed? What's a Grailed account? Let's go, whatever that is. I'm trying to get my iPad. This song is so girly pop. Oh no, I messed up the thing. Don't let fear control? That's so nice. That's such a nice thing to say. I don't know where his head is. Sir? Where did you go, sir? Let me not scare him. I don't know Grailed. I don't. It sounds lascivious or something. Whatever the word is. Is that a word? Feeling or revealing an overt or an offensive sexual desire. Lascivious, yes. Okay. Enough of that. Back to this awesome spoopy vibe. Why is it glitching out? Why is it doing this? Okay, what? It froze. The game just froze. It just gave up. Crap. I don't even know if I saved. I'm gonna try waiting. Because I am patient. I broke it. I broke Lone Shark. My loan was granted. Continue. That's so creepy. He's just sitting over there. It's nice that it saved. Why is it doing that? It's like it spun so fast it broke the game. I'm gonna try fixing my hair. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, honey, that seems like it hurt. It went against your scales. So, Lone Shark sucks ass. How embarrassing. Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. Oh, it's spinning really fast again. Crap. Yeah, no. I can't play Lone Shark. What the frig? Hmm. I could try Power Wash demo. I'm probably just gonna end up restarting. Mikey influenced me. Wanna at least do the demo. I want the full game. Snake is on the move. The snake is stealing the show again. Can you hear the game? Stop running away. I am better than the axolotl. I'm a better pillow. Even though I keep moving. This is so relaxing. I'm gonna live on this. Snake doesn't have an name. It's near the window. Gosh. So much. Bad snake. Runs away completely. Get him back. He's gonna run underneath the couch or something. That took a lot out of me. Because he wedged himself in between, like, the wall and the couch. That's what it's called, the couch. So I had to pull out the couch. And I'm just a girl. Snake, you're so pretty. What you giggling about, James? Wait, what are you playing? I thought you were gonna play Lone Shark. So? So what, Lone Shark is only a 30-minute game. pressure wash simulator.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's so fun. No, come here. There's a removals van outside my nightmare neighbor's place. They're finally going. Whoever moves in there is going to need a quality pressure washer. Okay. I don't. This is like I don't know what it's supposed to do though. It's not doing anything. You can tell because animals. Higher pressure, water pressure, financial pressure. You're so stupid. Okay, you get the power wash simulator. Everybody. Just Snake is on the move. Snake got comfy. Snake knows what's going on. It's really jarring, like moving. Beautiful. Yeah. You gonna go with that business name, or do you need me to think some? I'm phenomenal. I thought of grouting Thomas for that killer, Tyler, and she's never looked back. Grouting Thomas. What's grouting like? On reflection, Bonnie Tyler might have been a better fit. Why? I don't get that. I am. You're running away. Stop. Sneaky. What's up? Grail is for clothing. Like what? Like holy grail. Minnie loves fashion. Clearly. Look at this boy. Look. He's all up in my business. Big boy. That's sneaky. Here, those cars are sneaky. Like, I'm not strong enough to hold a real pressure washer. Sir Snake. You want me to wear a jacket, Snake? I can do that. Lost in the sauce. He crawled up my neck. He stops moving so much when he puts his jacket on. Receive. September, I'm grinding non-stop, pay off my Klarna debt. In October, I am finished paying off a firm. I'm so broke. Man, fuck debts. We don't pay debts. I mean, you should by law, but I had so much more to do. I feel like I'm gonna do this one, and then the game's gonna stop, and I'll be sad, and I'm gonna have to buy it. But I have no monies. This is so funny. I think he likes the jacket. Nice. How do I... Ooh, extensive. Sophia. That's what I'm reading it says. To do bumper, tire, and window. Bumper. This bumper? Oh. Left control change stance. Spaces jump. I can jump. Tab shoulder. There's turn there. A mode. Whoa. Escape. Inventory. Bumper. I don't see any of them. Nothing's glowing. How do I get out of this mode? I don't like it. Did it. I am clean. Bean. Is this the extraordinary Dr. Power Wash? Oh, fuck. Shocking feet. Open the tablets. Why does my character look female? How does it know?
Lizard, lizard, lizard,
What?
lizard, 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 lizard,
so funny,
lizard,
Ziv.
lizard, 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 lizard,
Welcome,
lizard.
Ziv. I love the lizard thing. But look, there is a lizard. I have one.
Civisa says lizard. 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 Lizard.
Holy shit,
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
I can do it. I can clean
Lizard.
a house.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. This is so cool. I didn't think I'd be able to do more than one. This is my truck. I cleaned my truck and now I get to use it. That's so nice. How are you, Ziv? What you up to? What are you doing? On this fine Wednesday evening. figured out how to make the snake stop running. Give him a jacket. Bitches love
Zavisa
jackets.
says that is crazy. You are letting a snake crawl on your neck. You are a wild girl. By the way, you are power and washing the shit out my ears. LOL. I am chill.
Is it too loud, dude? Should I lower the game volume? Why did no one tell me? No, I like the noise. That's probably good. Is that better compared to my voice? Or is it still way too loud? Annoying white noise isn't even a gameplay sound effect. Is this better? I like it's this part of the calming atmosphere. It's fine? But is it fine though? I can turn it down a little bit more. I just want to hear it a little. It's okay. Yes, but I want it to be perfect. Is it ASMR? We're going for ASMR. Where you going, Snake? Where you going, buddy?
Zavisa says, sounds much better. Sounds more like ASMR now, instead of power washing the inside of my ear holes.
Okay, thanks, Div. I know I can count on you. Tell me to shut the fuck up. Make someone say... yeah, do you know that guy that was stimming in his mom's closet? He was going like... It's a really addicting sound to make, to be honest. I'm just gonna be stupid. I could do one square at a time. That is fine.
Zavisa says, oh yeah, Jade, shake some for me. Shake some for me. Shake some for me. Jade, puppy, Jade.
What are you gonna do for Ziv now, Jade? You made you feel so special. I would never. Nothing? You just did that shit for free, Ziv? You have to make Jay do something. Shiv, come power wash my backyard. Why? Why is your backyard so disgusting? I think I would rather get bit by a snake in the face than like on my hip or my belly. That's just way scarier. That's where my tickle spot is. And I say that because he is right here. What are you doing, homie? Oh, he's so cute though. He's coiling up right here. Good little snake friend. Hey. Hey, bud.
So this is 11 modes. However, I can only communicate through TTS because I can't type in chat because I am not verified. 7 sunset. 7 sanan sanan sasan sadan seten sal. 7.
I do like the TTS though, it's very entertaining. Why won't you verify? Wait, there's a whole other... Damn. There's 2 of these. No, I don't mean to show you Satan. No one cares about Satan, just this little guy. I feel like they gave me something small to do, and they gave me something big to do. And they're like, okay, you know how to play the game. Buy it. I'm used to scary games, and the scary game will give you till, I don't know, like they have a time limit or something. really just letting me play this shit for free. I'm having a great time. It's a dirty, dirty block. No. He wanted the darkness. So I put a jacket on. And he hasn't run away. I figured out what he wanted. He's been chilling. You want to come hang out? We can move. Hold this. Oh, be careful. Okay, now I have to pick up the snake. The nameless snake. Thank you, James. Okay, little one. I know you're comfy. Here, move over here. Ooh. Oh, you suddenly scared me. You wanna play Power Wash? Watch some stuff. Just, I mean, I don't know. Can you guys hear James? Yeah, now we can hear you. No, I can't even hear you. It's not getting dirty. It's just getting darker because it's wet. That's what water does. His name, this is James. Just stay with him. He's so nice. What? You already hate it? You're supposed to enjoy it, like, just... You know what? You know what it is? You can't hear it.
Satisfying sound.
Oh, look at all that. Leave the gang of silence. Oh, we gotta finish them. Steve, I think we need more power for that. Yes. Listen to it all. Okay. This is so... How many percent Jay. How did you pick this job? No. This is so intense. It's a monumental task. How many hours would this take? A normal. They should make more interesting versions. She makes little faces and stuff. Freaks out. What kind of sound was it? What kind of sound was yours? Yeah, yeah, which sound was changing when you watched her? I don't think they can hear you. What's a normal being pressure washed sound? Alright, well. You're like Tom Sawyer and you're so bad right now. Look, it's fun. Look. I'm not... Well, no, I'm not talking bad about it, really. It is... It's like, don't they have, like, beginner's jobs? Oh, you have to, like... You'd be like, really? You like power wash the streets though. You hear the power wash the inside, right? Like do that tiger with this one. It dinged at me. Yeah, it was so confusing. This is such a big job though. Did you pick like the hardest job in the game? It's like here. This is like learning a foreign language. Like, I could do the college degree. And the time it takes to watch this whole. Oh, sick. I got that one sick. I was trying to go on the couch now. There's still a few left. Alright, here we go.
He's a good boy. Yes, you can change the washers. Oh yeah, can you put that on the charger? Yay. Oh, you got snaked. Get fucking snaked. So let him explore you. He's trying to get on the couch.
It's like
The killer is escaping. God, it's really chonky, boy. Are you happy? He's not ruined. You're just a little pussy. You're like, I'm gonna have to put him down. God. I don't like this nozzle. Oh, he's really wrapped around me. He's not going for your neck. Mom, he booped me. He doesn't want the bird. Yeah, you really don't like power washing, huh? For shame. Well, you have to do that yourself. You have to compartmentalize it. The task is actually only this big. And then you get a little ding. And then you can do another one. It's so nice. That's how I felt. Now it's your turn to have the snake. No, he's on you. Oh. And me. He is heavy. He's big. Oh, I got a ding. He's not hungry, he's just happy. He's content. Yeah, I think he was excited to see you. Bored in that cage. How do I change? Ugh, the grime. Aw. As I sat on the sofa just now, I heard a strange sigh-like sound. Spooky. This game feels so good. There's another one. There's a little sign here. Oh shit, he really got in your pocket. Aww. You're holding him like a baby. Show. You're holding him so good. All wrapped up like a cable. Huh. Okay. You can't paint or clean the paint up. I mean, I think it does come off. It just isn't that easy. Yeah. I think I just missed off the game. Aww. Does it feel good? Is it a good thumb stretch? Little tail. There's his little pussy. There's his little sussy. You good, bro? What? Apologizing to the snake for not holding on more. Yeah, socialism. Not every time you open the door is it a rat. What episode of Dorohedoro is this? 6? Such a good anime. Wait. Did you not review the boots? Tallest? And yes, Jay does have questionable taste in boots. Can I use this? No? You know. Oh. It's too bright for this Snick. Happy Snick. I know what part of the problem was for you with the pressure wash thing. It's hard for you to see. Ziv. Honestly, I thought the hippo poop was, Dylan, like, moaning. As he does. Aw, thank you.
Savisa says, were you able to hear the media share?
I was able
Chat
to
could
hear
not
the media
hear
share.
the farting hippo.
I don't know why I can hear it, but you guys can't, but I'm way too tired to figure it out. Next stream I do will just be like figuring out how stuff works again. I'm sorry you guys haven't been able to hear it. I don't have the brain right now. I'm so sleepy, to be honest. I'm vibing though. I'm having a good time. You let the snake go.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh. Snake. Can I have Snake? Snake. Oh, he's very heavy.
I ain't got no money. I ain't got no car to take you on a date. I can't even buy you flowers.
Yeah, I heard that, Ziv. That's why I came back here. Literary him. I like that name. Literary. I'm sorry, bro. I can feel a snake breathing on my hand. I'm exhaling. Yeah. His head is right in my palm. It's so cute.
You're a little fucking freak. I like hanging out with you.
Go to sleep, Snake. Go sleep. Yeah, they're all sorcerers. Yeah, I don't like mushrooms. Mushrooms make me really paranoid. They make me really paranoid. Like, whoever is around me after I'm taking mushrooms, I'm gonna think that they're using me. So if I take mushrooms, I just have to make sure to get home before I come down. Or else I'm gonna hate whoever I'm left around. They're like, oh, it's more relaxing, whatever. Wait, what? Acid's so chill. Yeah. But, I hear what they're saying, though, because acid's more of, like, a mental high, and mushrooms are in the body. Bro, he's making a fucking break for it right now. He wants to skedaddle. But, like, what's the natural time for snakes to be awake? Can you, like, look that up? Laundry, we can do laundry. Okay. Yo, he's licking my ankle. Freaky ass snake. I figured he's nocturnal. So, like, it's not an issue that we're keeping him awake. He's not grumpy. He's just curious. Oh, you came back around. Look at you go, buddy. Yeah. Prime snake time. Yay! You like to be up when we do. Crepuscular. Or crepuscular. What's that mean? Oh. Yes, as our minions. Are you gonna fucking take a shit on me, bro? Don't do that. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't shit on me. No. I think he was trying to get some stability. Snake! Oh, Mark! Huh? No. I don't know. I don't think so. Sophie! The snake is snaking right now. Yes. The Sophie's here. The kitty's here. Sleepy kitty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, James. Uh-oh. I'm hungry. Can you give me a slice of pizza? Yeah, I can have pizza? Yeah? Yay, pizza! Yeah. Cool. I'm tickling the snake. I got your tummy, snake. I got your tummy. Hello. Oh, did you put the barbecue sauce on it? Oh, you were nuts. What is that, rosemary? That was spicy. I made the mistake of thinking that I could eat a jalapeno with a pineapple, and it was delicious. Did you got color for my hair? Not yet, bro. I got time. I got time. The snake does not want my attention. Mm-mm. I think the snake wants me to go away. Hell yeah. Oh, please. Okay, what are the flavors? What are these? What is it? You're gonna give me licorice and I'm gonna be sad. Limon. Ew. Coconut solid caramel, gross. Lemon. Choose as many as I want. I'll do lemon. And also, what was the purple one? Big. That makes sense. Macaron from Trader Joe's. Look at this guy. Look at it. He's chilling. Yes. Stop being so skittish. Send as much as you can for the hair. I know the developer by itself is probably going to be a little bit, and then the bleach container, and then the color might be like how light brown do you want? You want to send me send I was gonna ask you earlier, send me a reference photo of what you want. Nope, they have not told us yet. Yeah, I'm sure he's got his hand in a couple things. You know, like what do normal gangsters do? They just run gambling rigs, they sell drugs. Yeah. Oh, you mean the skull one? The skull kid? Yeah. Yeah, he seems like a pretty nice dude. Yeah, pretty nice gangster. Randomly? Yeah, he didn't need them. Yeah, he didn't need them. It's kind of bad. Yeah, if you murder random old people, pretty bad. We're talking about the anime Dorohedoro. Oh yeah. Well, everyone's an asshole, so everyone's like up for murdering. Nobody's innocent. It's just people looking out for their own. That's it. Nope, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that watched Dorohedoro. I have not met anybody else that has watched Dorohedoro. Yeah, it's right up our alley. Yeah, it turns out people like me, you're just circus performers. Circus performers. Performers in general. As to what entertains us, like Dylan and I get entertained by the same bullshit. He gets entertained by everything though. He just entertains himself. But that's kind of the point. What you got there? Some chicken salad. Oh, I moved it. They can see this. Yeah. Because you were being weird. You were like... You were stretching your neck and shit, yeah. No. No. No, no one cared. No? What? She's gonna what tomorrow? Oh. Okay, so I see the light brown. Yep, $10 color. 20 developer from Sally. It's another 10. And then another 10 for the bleach. I feel like 40 should do it. Total. You like sports? Yeah. Is this really doing something for you? Oh, I like the number 88 too. Yeah, playing sports cool. Watching sports kind of boring. This is such a calming game. Make me sleepy. body is so weak. Must have caffeine. Caffeinate. Caffeinate.
What's this?
Ooh.
One of those, you ever seen
French press?
no, not a
The
French press.
towel.
Called an AeroPress.
Bro. Coffee. Find you an AeroPress? Or like a Goodwill, or do you want me to look it up on Amazon? Okay. You like coffee? You a coffee connoisseur? Dude. I just want my Starbucks like espresso powder. That's it. I want some of those beans, dude. Some coffee beans. Why isn't this cleaning? It's pissing me off. Oh, it's like stained. It's terrible. I have caffeine pills. You want to snort some caffeine pills? Yeah. What? Bro, this house is so fucking dirty, Dallas. Dylan is trying to, you know, big things coming, big things coming. As they say. What? 200 milligrams? Like, it's equivalent of 2 cups of coffee? It's in my pink bag. But definitely not as satisfying as an actual espresso. It's so nice, so sweet. I think this snake fell asleep. Coffee? Give me a mocha. I love those chocolate covered coffee beans. That's the, like, only coffee that I needed. Okay. Just a mocha. A small one, cold one. Yeah. Bro. Yeah, I had a whole anxiety attack. Italian coffee is crazy. Yeah, we did. Alright. I really think the snake is asleep. So he's alive, he's alive. Scares me. sure wish I could get up here. Of course. I was just having fun. These lyrics are so girly pop. It's like, bitches bark. Or like, yeah. And bark is on trees. And trees are beautiful. So thanks for calling me a bitch. That's what these lyrics sound like. The writing's on the wall, but you never bother to read. Okay, bro. Okay. I don't know why I have this in my playlist, actually. I don't like it. Every single time it comes up. Ugh. Belmont is like... Sorry, sorry I'm not a good boyfriend. I don't want to be. Why is this not doing what I want? Play some Loathe. What do you want? Does that work for you? Growth is so chill. Okay, what are the fucking creepy symbols, Harper? Harper Shaw sounds like a really familiar person. Turns out they're just builder's diagrams telling the plumber where to put the gap for the overfill pipe. I was pretty sure that's what it was, just some builder thing. No gang signs. Was it like listening though? I like getting these white spots up because it looks like bird shit and that's gross. Get away from me. Bird poop. Oh. You like really jammy music, MIDI. You just like to chill. Are you an anxious dude? You super anxious? I like really hype music because I'm depressed. It's like a very sad, very quiet anger. Quiet anger. Such a good snake. I changed what? Oh, my hand hurts. Shit. Damn, Ziv beat you tallest. And Rave. The bit wars. Oh, I'm so sleepy. It's only 11. Not good, not good. I'm gonna harass the snake. Hey, little guy. Go baby. Go baby snake. Save anything. You do that. Why don't you want like a fun color? Why brown? What color is your hair? Yeah, it's asleep. Or just chilling. As of right now, our boss said no to fun color. Dang it. But what if you're... I mean, blonde is fun color. Why not blonde? That sucks, I'm sorry. What's your job? Sounds like you have a very serious job. Because I'm gonna be a teacher pretty soon, and they're like, you can have whatever color you want. Yeah, your skin's caramel. Blonde looks good on dark skin. It pops. Oh, we could do brown with like, your hair's curly, right? Because you're Egyptian. We could do those like blonde streaks in the front. How long is your hair? Like chin length? Yeah, we're gonna dye the front super bright blonde. We can make the front like white. Six-inch hair, okay. So like down to your collarbone? No, it's like a foot. You got it. Send you the address. The back here's pretty long. Sick. That's cool, it's cool. That's gonna be fun. I think I'm going to hang up stream for now. Let's see who's streaming. I would really appreciate if you guys would stick around for a raid. Say hi to somebody. So tile and iron again. Say hi to Ty. Tylen Nyron. Here we go. Okay. That was pretty chill. I will see you later. See you tomorrow? Yeah. See you tomorrow.